So it's 10:15. We are starting for the final day of the program. Our first speaker for the final day of the program is Dr. Nisha. Dr. Nisha, Assistant Professor, Center of Excellence for Energy and Environment Studies from DCRUST Moothal. She has more than 18 years of teaching and research experience. She has received her PhD from IIT Delhi. She has made significant contribution to research, development, and teaching. She is involved in working on renewable energy resources, policies for sustainable development, and has applied system dynamic approach for policy analysis to the management of solid waste and wastewater. Dr. Nisha Kumari has received national level career award for young teachers from the All India Council of Technical Education. Financial assistance has been granted to her for pursuing research work. She has published papers in international journals and also contributed articles to national and international conferences. She has guided many PhD and MTech students. She is the coordinator of Renewable Energy Project in the university. Now I request Dr. Nisha to please start her lecture. Dr. Nisha?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kavita.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning to all participants. First of all, I would like to thanks to Dr. Manoj and Dr. Kavita for inviting me in this 1 week Atal program. So thanks to all. And now I will start my presentation. Let me share my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me start. My today's topic is sustainable development and geospatial technology and overview of smart cities. As we all know that smart city is a concept for sustainable cities, and geospatial technologies play a major role in creating a smart city as they act like the foundation for smart city. And my presentation highlights the importance and role of different sectors of geospatial technology in a smart city. As we all know that sustainability, it is must, and sustainability refers to qualitative and quantitative continuity in the use of resources. It implies a state of equilibrium between human activities as influenced by social behavior, acquired knowledge, and applied technology on the one hand, and food production on the other. So there are several perspectives of sustainability like economic, ecological, and social, and an optimum mix of ecological and socio-economic perspective. So in all, we can say sustainability is the attempts not only to address global issues such as resource degradation, deforestation, ozone layer depletion, but also local issues such as the maintenance of socio-economic system. And now we are talking for today's lecture on the socio-economic system. In 2014, a plan entitled Transforming Our World, that is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Agenda, it is also called Agenda 2030, and it was proposed by the United Nations at the UN's Sustainable Development Summit to fix global problems. And in this, overall 17 sustainable development goals were discussed, in which the whole world have challenges including poverty, inequality, and the effect of climate change. So in all, we can say that sustainability is the meeting humanity's needs without harming future generation. And there are three types of interest, mainly economic interest, in which we can say that in this we can talk about businesses like creating jobs, paying decent wages, and initiating public works. After that, social interest, in which we can say we must talk about avoiding child labor and providing decent employees benefit. After all, environmental interest means impact on the natural environment. And it is our latest issue that everyone is talking about, the environmental interest. As I have discussed earlier also, that in 2015, 195 nations agreed with the United Nations that they can change the world for the better. And this can be accomplished by bringing together their respective government, business, media, institution of higher education, and local NGOs to improve the life of the people in their country by the year 2030. And that is, it is called Agenda 2030. In this, UN decided 17 goals, and these 17 goals are, means first one is the no poverty, no one will be hunger. Second, zero hunger, good health and well-being. After that, quality education, gender equality must be there, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, means development. Then reduced inequalities. Then 11th one, that is on which we are talking today, sustainable cities and communities. After that, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institution. And last one is the partnership for the goals. All these were the 17 sustainable development goals, SDG. And we are talking only on the 11th goal, means sustainable development goal 11, titled Sustainable Cities and Community. And it is one of the 17 sustainable development goals that were established by the United Nations in 2015. The official mission of SDG 11 is to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And the 17 SDGs take into account that action in one area will affect outcome in other areas as well. as well. Means they all are interrelated, and the development must balance soil, economic, and environment sustainability. As I have discussed all these three sustainability. So now SDG 11, this has 10 targets that to be achieved, and this is being measured with 15 indicators. The 7 outcome targets include safe and affordable housing, affordable and sustainable transport system, inclusive and sustainable urbanization, protection of the world's cultural and natural heritage, reduction of the adverse effect of natural disaster, reduction of the environmental impact of cities, and to provide access to safe and inclusive green and public spaces. So these were the 7 outcome targets, and the 3 means of achieving targets are. These include strong national and regional development planning, policies for inclusion, and disaster risk reduction in supporting the least developed countries in sustainable and resilient. We currently live in cities globally, and it is projected that 5 billion people live in cities by 2030. So our target is 2030, and we are keeping in 60 to 80% of energy consumption and 75% of carbon emission. And this increased urbanization requires increased and improved access to basic resources. Basic resources means food, energy, and water. So in addition, education, mobility, and information are needed. However, these requirements are unmet globally, which causes serious challenges for the viability and safety of cities to meet increased future demands. So smart cities are seen as a viable solution to the problem of sustainability associated with rapid urbanization. That's why we are talking on the smart cities, but with the help of GIS. We are talking about the GIS. Everyone must listen about the GIS in this 7-day FDP. And what is a GIS? GIS is a computer-based system to aid in the collection, maintenance, storage, analysis, output, and distribution of spatial and non-spatial data and information. Or we can say GIS are simultaneously the telescope, the microscope, the computer, or we can say the Xerox machine of regional analysis and synthesis of the spatial data. So when we are talking about the GIS, these 6 are the main components of the GIS, means hardware, software, data, methods, people, and network, and how these are related to each other. Hardware, powerful computers, printing, plotters, and other visualization input devices. We are talking about the hardware. Then software means spatial information that provides tool to manipulate stored queries or to analyze. And then chemistry and commercial software packages, spatial information. After that, data means spatial. And we are currently in data overload. Visualizing data helps humans weed through it all. After that, methods, there are many methods through which we can calculate using hardware, software, data. But using these methods, only then we can calculate. Like we can use formulas, we can use stats, we can use algorithms to solve our problem. After that, people who are using this data or who are using this hardware and software. After that, network. Network means display of
अब कुट्टी पे जानी है कुत्ते खड़ी खड़ी तक हो जाएगी
and transfer of data sets, collaboration, duplication. All these are related to the network, and all these are interrelated to the GIS. This is called GIS. Means from where how we can calculate, from where we can calculate.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Okay, okay. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the examples of GIS, or where we can use GIS? There are many applications like military applications for mapping, for health purpose, for wildlife mapping, for infrastructure, disaster management. There are many applications where we can use the GIS. Or we can say geospatial technology as a whole is any technology that incorporates. In general, the technology is a combination of three different systems: remote sensing, geographic information system, and global positioning system. And remote sensing is one of the major application of sensor. Or we can say remote sensing is sensing something without contact. However, in terms of technology, it is the complete process that captures Earth's surface data using electromagnetic energy and processes and extract information for the GIS system. And on the basis of platform, remote sensing can be categorized into ground-borne, airborne, and spaceborne. Whereas on the basis of when we talk about energy sources, it can be considered as active or passive. The process from satellite images to information usually takes 3 steps: processing, image enhancement, and image classification. Then global positioning system is a space-based navigation system nominally consisting of a 24 satellite constellation that provides positioning and timing information to military and civilian users worldwide. Then geoinformatics involves computer hardware, software, data, and personnel with the capability of collecting, storing, analyzing, and illustrating information. That is the sensors to produce data and monitor sustainable development measures, among which remote sensing is a fast and cost-effective technique compared with ground. And this information is very helpful for sustainable development, for policy making, for programming, for project operation, which we can use for designing or building the smart cities. These 4 main features: remote sensing, GIS, GPS, ICT of the geospatial technology. Complete system that contains information with reference data to a location, and a system composed of hardware, software, people, organization, processes, and all that. Then GPS. What is GPS? It is a network of United States, means Department of Defense satellite, a group of satellites constantly circling the Earth. It is named as navigation satellite timing and ranging, and originally it was used to fulfill defense needs, but after that it declassified to serve the public. So when we are talking about the smart cities, why we need for the smart cities, for smart cities. So as per the Census of India report 2011, 63% of India's GDP comes from the urban areas, and about 31% of India's population lives in cities, and people living in the countryside began to move to the cities for better living. As we all know that in cities, we have better facilities than rural areas. That's why people are moving from rural areas to urban areas. And that's the problem for urban areas, that we have a limited area for urban, but population is increasing day by day. So in order to manage this urbanization, it is necessary to develop infrastructure physically, economically, and socially. And so we are working on different factors of smart city proposal, including energy resources, in which we can talk about the solar energy, then water resources, in which we will talk about the rainwater harvesting, and solid waste management, means landfill site. So smart city proposals assured electricity supply with at least 10% of the smart city energy requirement coming from solar. At least 80% buildings should be energy efficient. And the depletion of groundwater tables pilferage during supply and allocation for agriculture, and that smart cities are going to face. So that it is important for smart cities to develop sustainable water harvesting techniques such as rainwater harvesting on rooftop. That should be mandatory for all. And water and energy management and waste management are the main areas of interest. And intelligent waste management, renewable energy management techniques, water collection and management technology that can add more value to a smart environment. So when we are talking about the smart cities, so Government of India has also launched the Smart Cities mission on 25 June 2015. And as the pace of urbanization is facilities and living condition. So the Smart City mission was launched in 2015 by the Ministry of Urban Development. And it initiated the National Program for Urban India, means smart cities, to match the pace of urbanization and further drive economic development. And the focus is on sustainable and inclusive development. And the idea is to look at compact areas to create a replicable model which will act like a lighthouse to other aspiring cities. And the Smart Cities mission is meant to set example that can be replicated both within and outside the smart cities, catalyzing the creation of similar smart cities in various regions and parts of the countries. So whether it is a greenfield smart city or an upgrade of an existing city into a smart city, we are all aware of the relevance of GIS, means Geographic Information System, and its role right from the planning stage. And the strategic component of the Smart Cities mission are city improvement, city renewal, and the city extension, plus a pan-city initiative in which smart solutions are applied covering larger part of the city. And comprehensive development in this way will improve quality of life, create employment, and enhance income for all. And that is our aim, and especially the poor and the disadvantaged, leading to inclusive cities. So there were the different selection process to select the smart cities, and the selection process of smart cities that is based on the idea of competitive and cooperative federalism. And there were two stages to select the smart cities, and I will discuss later the case studies of the Karnal cities. As we know that in our state Haryana, only two smart cities were selected. One was the Faridabad and other one is the Karnal. And so we work on this smart cities Karnal, and we will discuss it later. After that, GIS. What is GIS? Means Geographic Information Science. What is Geographic Information Science? It answers what and where, and Geographic Information Science, it is concerned with the how and its development. When we are talking about the science, again one question arises: how? In short, GIS is the analysis, storage, visualization, and management of geographic data. But there is another S when it comes to GIS. That S stands for the geographic information science, or simply we can say the GIS science. And how is GIS science different from the geographic information system? As we know that geographic information system looks at the what and where, as I have discussed earlier, what and where. If we take an example of electric company, which stores is assessed in the GIS system in the form of points, lines, and polygons. The where is their physical geography on a map, where they are storing all that data. And points may be the towers, means their location. Lines may be the wires, they are connecting to which tower. Polygons may be the area, means which line services they are connecting. And all of these have attributes tied to them. The what is information about their feature, what we are storing. These towers can be made up of steel, wood, or other material. These wires can be overhead or underground. These services area can have population and demographic that they give the services. And the focal point of geographic information science is the technical implementation of geographic information system. But in simple word, we can say the conceptual idea for how to implement GIS. How? When GIS science include, it means we are talking about the how. So we are saying that the geographic information system answers the what and where, but geographic information science is concerned with the how. So GIS science conceptualize how to store spatial information, collect data, and how to analyze it. It encompasses all aspects of GIS, such as remote sensing, surveying, mathematics, programming, and geography. All this includes in it. So geospatial solutions means GIS analyst and techniques that use geographic information system as a software tool in everyday work. And GIS science means how. These 5 factors: software, hardware, people, methods, and data. All these are related. Data may be from the population side, from the climate side, from the environmental side, from the physical infrastructure, and people may be the skilled people. But how we will calculate? There will be different procedure, there will be different methods, and that how includes the GIS science. There will be different condition, buffering section would be there, intersection would be there, any criteria would be there from which we are putting the condition, and we are finding the suitable site for that. So when we are talking about the smart cities, why we are talking about the smart cities? As we all know that in this picture also, this is the rural area, and urbanization is increasing day by day, and this is the result. How congested is our world. So what will be the effect on the climate change? There will be naturally effect when we are going through the urbanization side. There will be impact on our resources, on our fossil fuels. They are decreasing day by day, and there will be an effect on the climate change also. So there will, Earth is not for humans only, it will be for all. So we must care about our climate change also. So this is the picture. This is the actual city where we are, but we have to move towards this digital city. Means we can use e-government, we can use e-banking, e-commerce, e-business, e-learning, but by using of these factors: Internet of Things, smart devices, and by using policy supporting, by maintaining the sustainability, pollution reduction, we have to keep in mind these factors. Means we have to reduce our pollution, we have to conserve our environment, and reusability should be there. And our main motive is the smart cities, whose target is to improve urban environment. For urban environment means we have to take care of natural, social, cultural, and economical factor, and keeping in mind the quality of life of citizens. That is the main factor. The quality of life should not be deteriorated. This is the picture of a smart cities. Transportation should be there. Electricity or internet connection should be there. We are seeing the benefit of this internet connection, that we are connected from all over the country, and we are joining this online FDP course. This is the use of this internet connection, and that makes our smart cities. Health services should be there. Public places should be there. Sanitation is must. Safety is our priority, and without education, there is nothing. Jobs and business. For our livability, we must have jobs, we must have business. This is our smart city. So when we are talking about the IoT technologies, what is the role of ICTs? So a centralized information system that based on the GIS provides an IT framework which integrates every aspects of a smart city. That's starting from conceptualization, planning, transparency in governance, smart energy, smart infrastructure, means everything must be smart. Sorry. Smart waste disposal, smart service delivery, and smart mechanisms. These are the some key components of any smart city. And GIS integrate all aspects of city planning and management, providing a common operating picture to all. A smart city involves multiple stakeholders, thus the integration, coordination, and functioning of different participants of the smart city ecosystem. Ecosystem is the key for the project to be successful. So these are the main smart city. Air quality should be maintained, must be there. Occupation must be there. Energy factor we must keep in mind. So different types of sustainability should be there in smart cities. These are the different types. Policies sustainability should be there. We must keep in mind that all policies, government policies, keeping in mind for making a smart cities. Sustainability should be there. Environmental sustainability, that is the must. And governance sustainability should be there. So when we are talking about the smart city means smart economy. Means we are talking about the productivity, local and global interconnections, entrepreneurship, and innovations. Then smart environment means we must talk about the green buildings. We must talk about the green energy. Green energy means we are talking about the renewable energy. We must talk about the solar energy. We must talk about the wind energy. We must talk about the hydro energy. All these are the green energy. Then green urban planning must be there. So when we are talking about the smart government, means enabling supply and demand side policy. There should be balance between demand and supply. Transparency and open data should be there. ICT and e-government should be there. As I have discussed earlier, ICT, that should be compulsory. Then after that, smart mobility should be there. Smart people should be there. Without smart people, nothing is possible. So with all these inclusive, smart living will be there. Health and elderly care should be there. Safety and interconnection should be there. All these are the makes the smart city. So what exactly is a smart city? smart city. Smart city is a combination of the technological aspects and the environmental aspects. Means when we are talking about the technological aspects, we must talk about the e-government services. We must talk about the internet connection should be everywhere. We must talk about the smartphones should be there. Central data should be there. Digital information board should be there. So technological aspects, but with keeping in mind the environmental aspects. Electric vehicle, so that we can overcome the use of the fossil fuels. As we all know that fossil fuels are decreasing day by day, and we have limited resources. So we must go for the electric vehicles, or we must go for the renewable energy resources. Charging station should be there. Nowadays, as we are listening that electric rickshaw or electric car, for that, but requirement is the charging station. If charging station is not there, then what will be the use of the e-vehicles? So this is our requirement, that charging stations should be in more quantity. Then after that, renewable energy resources, solar, hydropower, wind, then no toxic emission. When we are using the fossil fuel, then we are releasing the carbon dioxide gas also. These are all the greenhouse gases. And pollution indicating sensor should be there. Waste management should be there. As day by day population increasing, waste is also increasing, but there must be waste management. We must have landfill sites where we have to decompose the waste. Proper disposable site should be there. Notification to authority should be there. So keeping in mind all these aspects, technological aspects and environmental aspects, we can make a smart cities. And what will be the platform? Technology should be there, governmental policies should be there, and public participation is must, because without public participation, nothing is possible. So now, till now we are talking about the smart cities, smart city. What is the backbone of the smart cities? These 6 factors, as I have discussed the GIS only, I have discussed the ICT also, but these are 6 factors are the backbone of the smart cities. One is the ICT, other one is the Internet of Things. Internet of Things is like veins of the city, spread all across and connecting each dot. Then after that, sensors are hidden, but ubiquitous component of the urban landscape. Sensors are a crucial component of any intelligent control system. Then geospatial technology, as I had discussed earlier. After that, artificial intelligence is must, or we can say the necessary component, as smart city is a digital revolution generating huge amount of data. And this massive amount of data generation brings the role of artificial intelligence that can make sense out of those data. So AI allows machine to machine interaction by processing the data and making sense out of that. Then blockchain. This is the last but the backbone of the smart city. Blockchain application is new to smart cities. We are not more about the blockchain. We are not talking about the blockchain. So its integration into smart cities could better connect all city services while boosting security and transparency. So blockchain is expected to influence cities through smart contracts. So it can also be used in smart grid to facilitate energy sharing, a concept which trending these days, as we are talking about the grid connected PV systems and all these. So blockchain is also a part of that system. So towards sustainable smart cities, as we know that technology is at the heart of these new self-sustaining cities, enabling automation and real-time integrated city monitoring and management through a network of sensors, cameras, wireless devices, and data centers. So smart people should be there, means creativity should be there, participation in public life should be there, level of qualification should be there. Smart mobility means transport and ICT should be there. Smart living should be there. Cultural facilities, health conditions, sanitation, education facility, all must be there. And including all these, smart economy means innovative spirit, economic image and trademark, flexibility of labor market. After that, smart governance. Without any decision making, we cannot play our role. We smart people cannot play our role. So decision making should be there. So we are talking about the e-governance and smart environment. This is our necessity for today's life. Pollution-free environment we require. Environmental protection is must for today's life, and sustainable resource management is must. That is, we have to save our resources for our future generation. So sustainability is must. So smart city enabled by real-time GIS. What is GIS? It means Geographical Information System. A centralized information system based on GIS provides an IT framework which integrate not only every stakeholder, but also every aspect of smart city process, means conceptualization, planning, development to maintenance. And IoT framework is a middleware layer. In this, we are seeing that it is a middleware layer beneath one or more IoT application that presents a network-facing application interface through which peer framework nodes interact. Or we can say it comprises various kinds of IoT network, which peripheral nodes like sensor nodes, RFID tags, smart devices, and all these. As we are seeing in this picture also, these are the main component of the real-time GIS. So when we are talking about the GIS, what is GIS? A platform for the smart cities. So we are talking about the when we are talking about the GIS provides an IT framework for maintaining and deploying data and applying. What is the life cycle? Means first we have to acquire, then we have maintain the planning and design. Means find the right site for city development, view legal boundaries, arrive at right valuation of the new sites. First, we have to acquire the site to follow all the norms. Then planning and design means identify deficiency and determine optimal solutions. Integrate GIS with most design tools, including computer-aided design, means using CAD or BIM, building information modeling. All these brings greater analytics and cost estimation capability to our infrastructure. Means we must have planning and design for smart cities. After that, first we acquire the land, then planning and designing is there. After that, construction must be there. Means integrate project and financial management software with the GIS to better manage projects. After that, construction is there, but selling is must not. Means understand where and how to market city development. Means how to attract buyers and tenants and improve retention rate. This must be stable. After that, maintain. Easily manage disparate assets. Integrate your assessed inventory with inspection history and work order management to maintain the critical investment in a cost-effective manner. Means first we have to acquire, then planning and design should be there, construction should be there, selling and maintenance of the property. Means GIS can be used throughout the life cycle of a smart city. From site selection, from design, from construction, from selling, and from maintenance. In each and every point of view, GISs can be used. So GIS is an ideal technology that has the ability to scale across any expense from the individual assets within a building to a virtually global context. So GIS is the backbone of the smart cities. So when we are talking about the smart cities, we are talking about the GIS. So GIS applications for smart cities. Smart cities means site selection and land acquisition. As I have discussed earlier, GIS can combine and integrate different type of information to help making better decision. Which type of land we require, which type of we can use a visualization tool also, that how it will be look, that can improve the understanding, and it can enhance our decision making. After that, environmental or legal compliance. GIS makes meeting regulatory requirement less time consuming and easier to accomplish by providing a common platform for communication with regulators. Plans, we can use the GIS application. For planning, design, and visualization, geodesign will be the key framework for conceptualizing and planning for smart cities. It will assist at every stage, from project conceptualizing to site analysis, to design specification, to stakeholder participation, to collaboration, for design creation, means for each and every field. For planning, design, visualization, GIS should be there. So utilities can manage and map the location of millions of miles of overhead and underground circuits. We can make the 3D geographic information system in this. For any project, we can make the 3D view of any location or any area. So after that, construction and project management. In this also, GIS integrated with project management and financial software provides a comprehensive view of the project and their current status and help in tracking performance. For sales and marketing also, facility management also, GIS-based information system provides a powerful foundation for better facility management by generating integrated information that help make better allocation decisions. So GIS can integrate with and extend the current facilities management system. So in this way, we can use the GIS in facility management. For operation and reporting, GIS can track and analyze assets over space and time and provide insight through visualization of information via maps and easy to understand reports. So for reporting also, for operation, for maintenance, for each and every application of smart cities, GIS is helpful. So GIS is a great tool to communicate and to visualize the concept of smart city to all the stakeholders. Here I am taking some examples. So determining rooftop solar potential. How we can determine the rooftop solar potential from the digital elevation model, when we have latitude and longitude with geographic location, and with the DEM, we can determine the solar radiation. Okay, how much solar radiation is reaching on our rooftop. But there will be some other factors also, on which day, on which time we are calculating the solar radiation. Either it will be a direct radiation, it will be a diffuse radiation. There are others. We can find out the solar radiation on the rooftop. And the calculations use path on the sky and shadow cast by another rooftop or trees over the courses of the day. So we can also calculate either there will be a shadow, there will be a other obstructions in the sun radiation. We can keep in mind all these factors. We can calculate the solar radiation. After that, assist management for map tracking, for maintenance, for planning, and all this will be a paper. As nowadays, we have a Google map in our phones. We can see how much time it will take to reach our destination, or where is the rush, where is the traffic. We can avoid that traffic also. So all these applications are done with the help of GIS. We can also create dashboards. We can use assist management to build dashboards and perform special queries, means number of residents in a block, how many number of residents are there, how they are affected by an power outage, either security camera is there, or how much coverage is from the security camera is there. All these information we can get with the creating dashboards. When we are talking about the applications of GIS, rainwater management is also there. Means by using the GIS, we can select the site, or we can plan the model, or we can identify the location where the rainwater can be collected. So the elevation to identify where rainwater collects naturally and with least manual intervention. So many other factors would be there that would be keeping in mind, like soil condition, and what would be the elevation, what would be the volumetric calculation, keeping in mind all factors with the rainwater harvesting management site. Or this is also the application how we can calculate or drive walk time to facilities, at which facility to move, how much time it will take. We can hello, ma'am. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello. Okay. So let me continue. So when we are talking about the applications, we studied, we can calculate the solar radiation data. We can find out how much energy potential we can calculate. We can find out the rainwater harvesting areas. So we can use the GIS in these applications. So there are other applications also, GIS-based transportation and mobility in cities, how transportation should be controlled by the GIS. Urban areas have sprawled with fast increasing car ownership and low price of fossil fuel, which provide human being much living freedom and working efficiency. And that's why our traffic congestion is there. At the same time, the transportation has been the largest sector of energy consumption and the second largest of energy loss also. So GIS can play important role to reduce energy consumption and improve smartness of urban transportation during the process of providing urban dwellers with efficient transportation solution, achieving sustainable management of transportation infrastructure, and building sustainable transportation planning. This is the overview of a smart urban transportation system, how RFID is working, how video camera is there, how all this is well managed. No traffic congestion is there. We can use the radio radar also. We can use the video cameras. We can use the ultrasonic radar also, so that we can know where is the traffic or where we can avoid the traffic congestion. So the GIS-based transportation and mobilities in cities means navigation and wayfinding are the first type of function in which GIS help urban inhabitants and visitors to get the right direction. It is also an important part of location-based services and intelligent transportation system, both of which employ geospatial data as analysis basis and maps as representation. So first, the physical landscape of the urban area is transforming very often, especially in developing countries. Roads and buildings can be removed and new ones are built in a short period. Secondly, the traffic status caused by congestion or accident on road is always changing and difficult to reach interested parties, which further produce difficult to find optimal and fixed path to destination. And thirdly, most commercial navigation systems are used in vehicles only, rather than in mixed transportation mode or including walking people and bikes because of fewer demands. So on-road management and safety investigations. Second role of GIS in urban transportation is on-road management and safety investigation. However, it is very...
Dr. Nisha, sorry to interrupt you. The slides are not visible anymore.
These are not visible, but
They are not visible.
Now they are moving or not?
No, ma'am. Slides are not visible on the screen.
Should I share?
You can stop sharing and then you can again. Yes, now it's visible. Hello? Dr. Nisha, you are not audible.
Sorry. So now we are talking about the second role of GIS in urban transportation, as road safety is another major issue that city management and policies pay much attention and invest many human resources and budgets. And physical indicators such as length of road segment and senses are considered for hints of autocorrelation. So this is also necessary part. After that, transportation and land use planning. This is the main third role of GIS in this platform, as a platform in transportation and land use planning in urban area. And it is recognized that transportation planning is correlated with the function of land and then exploitation density of land in urban areas. So in this way, the computation process that can be executed in one pipeline and result of different cities are comparable to other one. So in addition, it is very convenient for GIS to perform topological analysis or space syntax matrices for modeling of human movement and the most ecological transportation model. Now we are talking about the GIS supported urban risk management. Means cities are strong units concerning knowledge, innovation, and cultural diversity. So, however, cities may fragile at the same time due to basic input dependency on output elements. The more complex and elastic model incorporating natural barriers such as topography is used to improve conventional facility location model with concentric circle analysis. Now, GIS assisted urban planning. In urban geography, a wide variety of classical city design and urban planning ideas they have been proposed, such as the garden cities, central place theory, a century ago with computer nowadays. And participatory planning support system was proposed and taken as a bridge of GIS and plan. And with all this, with the fast maturity of GIS technology and wide availability of geospatial data, the question how to introduce GIS into in-depth urban modeling in general and in specific application has been gaining popularity among researchers and practitioners. And we are also working on that, how in depth we can use the GIS applications. Now, when we are talking about the solar energy, this is the main renewable energy resource, and we will discuss about how we can save our future generation fossil fuels. So solar has long been taken as a, and GIS can be used for photovoltaic planning and natural sunlight simulation, in which topographic information and 3D building models are basically better. I will discuss it with the one case study that I will discuss now. These are the different issues and challenges in smart cities. Till now, we are GIS fits, but with each and everything, there must be pros and cons. So there are some difficulty also that we are facing. Unstructured data management is there. Absence of universal standards is there. And when we are talking about the socio-economic factors, lack of trained manpower, digital dividends is there. And when we are talking about the environmental, e-waste is there. We are talking about the smart cities. We are talking about the each and everything. Urbanization is increasing, maintenance is there, proper regulation is there, but waste management should be there. So climate change is a difficulty. We have to climate, we have to face the greenhouse difficulties that we are facing, and we have to overcome these difficulties also. So these are the core elements of smart cities. Means we must have adequate water supply, electric supply, sanitation should be there, including solid waste management. Efficient urban mobility and public transport should be is must. Sustainable environment is must. Health and education, these are the necessary facilities. These are the core elements. Now, applications of GIS in sustainable development approach means for urbanization. How we can use it? We can use it in mapping of land use, land covered area. We can use it map and identify the solid waste disposable site. We can create the road network. We can fix the place for the hospitals, schools, colleges, and temple, keeping in view the other factors also. So air pollution monitoring should be there, mapping of trees outside forest. We can, this I have discussed earlier. Now, pillars of the smart cities. When we are talking about the different pillars, or we can say that how we can maintain the quality of life. By using these smart city pillars, we can maintain our quality of life. Means smart cities invest to have 4 pillars. 4 pillars means social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, and economic. But the center of, in other words, a smart city works towards ensuring the best for its entire people, regardless of social status, age, income level, gender, etc. Means we must talk about the ensuring the best for the entire people, avoiding all the factors like age, like gender, like the social status, like entire people. So when we are talking about the social infrastructure, means this relate to those that work towards developing the human and social capital, like educational, healthcare, entertainment, etc. After that, physical structure means this refers to its stock of physical infrastructure like urban mobility system, housing stock, energy, sanitation facility, solid waste management system, how much is the drainage facilities in the city. In keeping in view of these factors, these all are the physical infrastructure. Then institutional infrastructure. This refers to the activities that relate to the planning and management system in a city. Means city needs high quality governance with a strong local, say, in decision making. Means e-governance must be there but with a strong decision making, and that is critical for smart cities. It is very critical, and typically the principle to be followed is governance by incentives rather than governance by enforcement. This should be there. So we must talk about the economic infrastructure also. So for a smart city is to attract investment and to create the appropriate economic infrastructure for employment opportunity, and it has to first identify its core competence, comparative advantages, and analyze its potential for generating economic activities. So we must talk about skill development. We must talk about the industrial park, trade centers, means for business purposes or for jobs purposes. That's why we are talking about the economic infrastructure. But the backbone is the only people. All are interrelated with the people also. So the facilitating development of a smart cities, these are the use of the clean technology, use of the ICT, smart governance, citizen participation. These all are the must. Now, I want to discuss some case studies regarding using the GIS. So, as I have discussed earlier, Karnal is one of the small state, Haryana. So we will analyze current waste management situation and for proper handling of municipal solid waste. How we can find out the proper waste disposable site. As we know that urbanization is increasing, by using the system dynamic approach, we forecast the population that in 2030 or in 2040, our population will increase. Where will be the locations? Where will the sites where we can dispose of our waste? So we must keeping in mind landfill sites. We have conducted by the Haryana Pollution Control Board had revealed that almost 4,600 tons of garbage is produced in Haryana each day, and only 17.5% of the total produced garbage has been successfully treated and recycled. And the amount of solid waste generated in Ambala Karnal is about 605 tons per day. This is the data of the Karnal city, and the suitability was evaluated for entire study area based on the initial ranking, derived suitability index. As there was some selection criteria for the smart cities, and it was also selected as a smart city. And in order to assess the problem of solid waste disposal, the research intends to create a socially, economically, and environmentally viable solid waste management system to develop an environmentally and aesthetically sound municipal solid waste dumping site for Karnal city by adopting the GIS technology. For this, we use the primary data by using the world view 2, by Sentinels-2, or by using the digital elevation model. We use these models. This is the Worldview 2, Sentinel view, and these are the road and canals which we have digitized from the maps. And these are the ponds, water bodies, water tanks, all these are which we use. First, we collect the data, then image enhancement, extraction of AOI. Then in second phase, we digitize the rooftop area, we digitize the water bodies area, road network we digitize, and land use, land covered mapping we did, and identified the site for the landfill site. This was the methodology that primary data we used for the satellite data, for mapping of land use, land cover, for surface water body and road network. For the digital elevation model, we use this software to find out the slope and to find out the radiation data. And we use the secondary data, or we can say the existing data, for soil mapping and to find out the water level. And keeping in view all these factors, we find out the suitable best site. These were some factors which we discussed, that waste quantity should be this one, the required site area should, if it is less than 10 lakhs per ton, then required site area should be 15 to 20 hectare. If it is greater than 30, then the required site area should be greater than 40. And then some buffer criteria would be there. Buffer means there is zone in the residential zone, it should be far from the 500 meter. This distance were analyzed in keeping in view these factors: LULC factor, slope factor, surface water, road network, soil type. Keeping in view all these factors, we find out these were the suitability weightage of the different layers. LULC percentage was 27% influence, slope was 21%, surface water was 8. And use land cover maps for the canal city. And by using the suitable criteria of LULC, means wasteland should be highly suitable, fallow land it is moderate suitable, forest plantation and crop this should be low suitable, and built up area that should be unsuitable. Keeping in view all these factors, we find out the land use, land cover map. These are the slope that we find from the digital elevation model. These are the footprints of some government schools. These are the digitized building footprints. We find out the solar radiation data on these building footprints. And finally, we identified the site for the solid waste disposal. These are the small size landfill site, this green area, and this will be helpful for government for making policies that they can choose this site for further in future when population will be increased and there will be the shortage of the landfill site, then government can use this data also. So this is the classification of the landfill site. These are the standard the data which I have collected. And the conclusion were drawn that the study presents the choice of a site for the foundation of a landfill dependent on these criteria, utilizing geographic information framework. So using these GIS system, land use, land cover, slope, surface, water bodies, groundwater, water table depth, road network, soil texture, keeping in view all these factors, we can find out the suitable landfill site. Then we can estimate the solar energy generation potential of a developing smart city. As we know that the electricity generation from the coal is from coal it is 74%, from hydro it is almost 10%, from natural gas it is 4%. This is the data, and therefore to ensure energy security sustainability, it is crucial to escalating investment in alternative, sustainable, clean and pollution free energy, and to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels we must go for the renewable energy. And according to the JNNSM, mission. This is the Jawaharlal Nehru Solar Mission, which is from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And the target of this solar Nehru National Mission is that government want to achieve 20 gigawatt of 20 gigawatt of energy generation by the 2022. And almost we are getting a lot from this. And the methodology for finding out this energy potential, that first we calculate the GHI, then interpretation of satellite data for building footprints, and then estimation of geographic and technical solar potential for that our location. And this is the methodology. We use the world view, then digitization of the building footprints, then estimation of rooftop area by digitizing the footprints of the all area, residential or government buildings. We digitize the area, we find out the rooftop footprint, and then we find out the potential on that particular area. And this is the temporal variation in global solar radiation that we calculated, and it's showing that in the month of May, June, and July, we are getting the maximum solar radiation, and in the month of November and December, it is minimum. This is the monthly variation of global hourly radiation. These are the area, these are the particular government area which we find out from the model. These are the government school, and this is the average monthly variation in Karnal city. And these are showing the red means the maximum radiation we are getting, and this green means we are getting the less radiation. These are the calculation of the geographical potential, how we can calculate the geographical potential, or we can calculate the solar radiation for a particular area. For that, we must have the rooftop area that we have digitized from the software. Then we have the geographical potential area. We can find out the geographical potential area. Then we have the average solar radiation. How much radiation we are getting on a particular area, that will be kilowatt hour per meter square per day. And H is the average sunshine hour. We take almost 6 to 8 hours average for the solar radiation. And this is the available area for solar panel installation. We can do the installation on the on the top roof of the building, and we can find out, we can get the renewable energy. These are the some digitized building footprints. These are the rooftop and available area for solar panel installation of roof. These are the simple just case studies that I am discussing, that how we can use the GIS, how we can use the solar potential data, or we can use it in a different way. So on the available area that we will find out, we digitize the footprint area. Solar insolation stretched out was to be 1.81 to 5.79 kilowatt hour per meter square per day in a complete year. And the average, if we took, it was almost 4 kilowatt hour per meter square per day. And the total capacity of energy generation in the study area was found to be 4 gigawatt hour, with maximum potential received in the month of May, June, and July, because in these 3 months we are getting the maximum radiation. And what is the use of this energy potential? That we can reduce the CO2 production also, means we can minimize the greenhouse gas reduction by using the renewable energy resources. Now, assessment of rainwater harvesting. This is the another case study that we can find out the rainwater harvesting potential of the developing smart city by using GIS technology. And the water supply is recognized as critical global issue for urban future to be sustainable. The increasing population, urbanization, arid climate with their enhanced water requirement have been adding to more exploitation of water. And the rainwater harvesting is recognized as a substitute effective in long run to fight the problem of water scarcity faced globally. As this is the truth that we will face the water scarcity in our near future because we have limited resources, but the water usage is increasing. Day by day population is increasing, water requirement is increasing, and we also find out the data for this from our system dynamics approach. This was the methodology that was used. We used the spatial data, we used the ancillary data, and mapping of rooftop area was done. Rainfall pattern analysis was also done for the last 10 years so that we can find out the how would be the rain pattern system in the near future, and how much water we can store from the rainwater harvesting. This was the rainfall pattern analysis, and for this we took that data from the water resource information system site, and then we find out the standard, and then we find out the coefficient of variance from this data. This is the average monthly rainfall and average number of rainy days for the last 10 years. By using this data, we can only calculate the future predictions. This is the available rooftop area for harvesting rainwater from for this Karnal city. We digitized the area as residential area and government area differentially, and then we find out the building area, and from that we find out the rooftop area, because full building area we can't use for the storage system. Then we estimate the rainwater harvesting potential. For this, we need the area of the rooftop, we need the rainfall, and then we need the runoff coefficient. And from these data, we can find out the rainwater harvesting potential. This is the ward-wise rainwater harvesting potential system of the Karnal city. And this result shows of the rainwater harvesting potential throughout the year. The annual maximum potential 432 megaliter is found to be in ward 9, because we studied in different wards, and which is in direct proportion of availability of the rooftop area, because surely we must have the maximum area, rooftop area in that ward, and that's why we get the annual maximum potential. And the annual minimum potential was found in the other ward, that was in ward 15. And the conclusion that we can draw from this rainwater harvesting system, that the present investigation has demonstrated the capability of high resolution satellite data in identifying and mapping the rooftop in the study area. And the rainfall variability, which is a key factor in quantification of rainwater harvesting potential, is considered over a period of 2010 to 2019. And we took this data from the IMD department, and from that we can calculate the rainwater harvesting potential. And an interannual variation of 7.4% was found, with most of the rainfall received between 0.53 meter to out of the 0.64 meter. And the overall conclusion from this today's topic, we can find out that these are the key unities have shifted gradually over the transformation from digital cities, intelligent cities to smart cities. First, we were talking about the digital cities, we were talking about the intelligent cities, but now we are talking about the overall smart cities. And from the above review, we can see at least 3 typical shifts which are going on. With technical maturity of remote sensing and photogrammetry, the early problems faced by users, such as lack of highly accurate 3D geospatial data and less friendly integration of GIS, is professional workflow. And the second major shift has been from unidirectional information flows, which are directed from central portal to citizens and users, to multidirectional flows. The third typical shift of GIS concerning intelligent integration into smart cities is from widget-like toolboxes for spatial analysis to urban modeling and urban simulation. For this purpose, comprehensive database containing 3D geospatial data, geodemographic data, dynamic VGI, and major urban phenomena sensing should be built. So this is the summary that SMART means sustainable, minimum energy, but using the advanced technology, using renewable energy resources in a trusted way, in a secure way. But by using these technology, by using web maps, by using GPS, by using remote sensing, our foundation should be like this. So if we want to build a smart city, we must invest on geospatial sector. Means we become the smart, but by using the GIS technology. And thank you all. Thank you for hearing my PPT with patience. So any queries? So any
Thank you
queries?
very much for delivering the session with valuable and relevant information, Dr. Nisha. Any queries from the participants? R. Rajkumar, okay, just a minute. Actually, the technical person is not responding and I'm not able to unmute you. So please wait for a second. I'm contacting him.
Or you can type in the chat box also, no?
Yes, for till that time you can type in the chat box, Rajkumar ji. Kuldeep, can you please unmute Rajkumar, R. Rajkumar with ID? Because I'm not able to unmute it. No, I'm trying it, but I'm not able to unmute it. Please. Yes, he is doing it.
And no question from his side. He has mentioned that no question.
Oh, acha. Okay. Okay, he was not raising the hand, he was clapping. I thought he's raising the hand. That's why I said, okay, do you have any question? Some other participant is asking, can peripheral rural areas be incorporated in the concept of smart cities? Nisha ma'am?
Yes?
Some other participant is asking in the chat, can peripheral rural areas be incorporated in the concept of smart cities?
Peripheral rural area, I'm not sure, but urban area, they can provide support to the rural areas in their growth. That depends on in the support of their agriculture base or in other factors, they can support it.
I hope you got the answer. Anybody else? Okay. So thank you, ma'am. The way you explained the planning and designing of smart cities, including all aspects of GIS, was very informative. We would like to have you as an expert in our near future also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for inviting me again. Thank you. And thank you all participants. Ma'am, may I leave now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, dear participants, am I audible? Actually, due to some unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Manoj Pawar is not here today. So I am representing the sessions. And the session we are having at 12 is postponed because uh, the circumstances can't be avoided. So we will be having test in next 10 minutes. I will be giving the link. I will be sharing the link and we will be having a test, which is mandatory to get the certificate as per AICTE norms. So I will be sharing the test and you all have to attempt them in 45 minutes, and that at 2:30 we will be having the lecture of Professor R.D. Garg from Civil Engineering Department of IIT Roorkee. So that will be our last lecture for this particular FDP. So at 2:30 we will be having the lecture of Professor R.D. Garg, and before that we will be having the test. So I will be sharing the link in 10 minutes in the WhatsApp group, I guess, or you are comfortable with this Zoom window only? I will share the link on both the platforms, on the WhatsApp window as well as in the Zoom meeting. Great. So after 10 minutes, I will be sharing the link. Thank you. पा रही अपने आप Good afternoon, everyone. So our speaker for this session is Professor R.D. Garg from the Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Sir, I welcome you again to deliver an expert talk in the last day of the FDP.
Right. Thank you, madam. Thanks for giving me opportunity to be the part of this session. All right. Are all of you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So I have shared my screen, and today internet connection is having the roller coaster effect. So if any time you people are not able to hear me, please inform. Maybe by phone, because I may not be connected as such. All right. So
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir. Slides are visible, sir.
Yeah. Just in this session, we will like to go for certain case study type of material, like it is web-based evacuation planning for the flood disaster mitigation using the geospatial techniques. So basically, we will deal with the various aspects of the flood disaster and how to go for mitigation, and then how to go for the evacuation planning, that too web-based web-based evacuation planning. Suppose we say that in the event of disaster, the person has to evacuate, but problem is who will give information to that person, as well as if you simply try to make this information public before the disaster, then nobody will give an eye to that. They will simply say, no, no, disaster will not come. I am comfortable. So important thing is, in the event of disaster, if you can supply this information to common person, that will be very important. So in this particular session, I will take the flood disaster, as well as I will go for another disaster, which we have done for the Kumbh Mela. Like, you know, in Kumbh Mela type of gathering, a lot of crowd is there and chances of stampede is very common. Okay, although I can appreciate the governments that they are taking full measures that such type of stampedes are not happening, but in earlier years, this type of stampede were common. So what can be done for a disaster situation in Kumbh Mela like gathering? That also we will see apart from the flood disaster. So you see that first of all, some fundamentals about disaster. So what is a disaster? So it is a serious disruption, because the things are going on properly, but at some stage these are stopped and some problems start coming. So disaster is a disruption in what sorry, in the functioning of the community or a society. Like a society or a community is functioning well, they are having their daily course, they are just working as per their routine, but due to certain factor, some disruption comes. And what does it cause? Causing the widespread material, economic, social, and environmental losses, which exceed the ability of affected society to cope using its own resources. It means that whatever this functioning of society is there, that will be disrupted, as well as it may have some material loss, economic loss, social, environmental losses, etc. will be there, that may shatter the people in the way they are going. All right. So this definition has been given by United States International Strategy for the Disaster Reduction. So keeping that in mind, we have to go forward to give it an importance that every disaster and every type of calamity, basically there are so many reasons. In this talk, we will take up only two types, the flood as well as for the event based. So disaster management cycle is there. So basically when disaster is there, important thing is how we respond to it. You see that nowadays for most of the disasters, such as cyclone, etc., there is a good response system because you know where is the eye of the cyclone, at what time, in how much time it will strike the land, and what need to be done, etc. So basically, this disaster response, how we do the recovery and how we mitigate all these things. So we need a preparedness for that. If we don't have preparedness for the disaster, we will not be able to cope up that, and we will result in losses of like losses on the economy, social, human life, etc. So this is the disaster management cycle which one should keep in mind. So emergency evacuation is the immediate and urgent movement of people away from the threat. All right. So you see that although sometimes we say that whenever there is a problem, you have to face it, you have to fight with that. But that natural type of disaster, best thing is, okay, it may be the unnatural disaster. The basic advice is that you first of all go away from it, you keep yourself safe, and after that you try to see that how you can fight with that and what type of other measures can be taken. So you see that it is an immediate and urgent movement of people. The people need to first of all go away from the affected area, away from the threat or point of incidence. Prey of a calamity varies from a small thing like a building to a large areas affected by the storm, fire, flood, earthquake, bombardment, and the approaching weather system. All right. So you see that sometimes if there is a fire in the building, then there is a problem. If there is a flood in the entire region, maybe a district, then you have to take care of that how to go for the evacuation in case all the area surrounding you is affected by it. So there are two types of evacuation, that is the immediate evacuation and the pre-warned evacuation. Immediate evacuation is normally after the disaster has come. That after that you have to take immediate decision, you have to go for immediate measure. Pre-warned evacuation is just like your cyclones, etc. That the warning of the cyclone has been given and the users have to take necessary measures in order to avoid that disaster. So the purpose of choosing an evacuation plan is to provide a procedure that must be followed during the evacuation of victims in the aftermath of disaster. So here we take that suppose a disaster has come. So then what we will do so that the victims, the people affected by that can be evacuated. Now, first of all, as we have seen that, first of all, we will go for the flood disaster. Okay. So floods have the greatest damage potential. You know, one thing that we know so many disasters in the world. So we say that everything is a disaster like forest fire, earthquake, and normally earthquake has a big name because we know that in the event of earthquake, people are helpless. They are not able to save their lives, as well as this loss of building and other things are there, etc. But do you know that as per the natural disaster atlas or as per the natural disaster statistics, earthquake has got very less share in the total disaster. Okay, it does not mean that one should not look at earthquake, one should not give it importance. But what I want to say that floods have got maximum frequency, maximum occurrence in all over the world. Okay, so it means that floods have the greatest damage potential, and floods can be prevented just by the hydrological measures. That's why, so what you need to do, you need to take the measures to prevent the flood. But right now we are discussing if in any case flood has come, flood disaster has come, what should be our after steps, like how to prevent the losses, etc. due to flood. So floods have the greatest damage potential of all natural disasters worldwide, and they affect the largest number of people. India has been vulnerable to natural disasters on account of its unique geoclimatic conditions. I hope you all are aware of these conditions, geoclimatic. Geoclimatic means India has got a lot of climate regions which changes as per the location, which changes as per the area of the country, like north, south, east, west, etc. And you know, one very strange thing in India, that different parts of the country may be facing flood and drought at the same time. All right, like one part of the country may be affected by the severe floods. At the same time, another part of the country may be affected by the severe drought. So that is the unique geoclimatic variation or conditions in India. So we have to take care of all these things in our studies as well as in our tasks. Like when we go for the real operational this flood disaster evacuation or mitigation, we need to take care of everything. About 60% of the land mass is prone to earthquake, okay, of various intensities. Over 40 million hectare is prone to floods. About 8% of the total area is prone to cyclones, and 68% of the area is susceptible to drought. So these are the brief statistics about different type of disasters. So efficient management of the large spatial and temporal data sets, data acquisition, storage and processing, as well as manipulation, reporting and display results, etc. They are very much required for the flood management. Therefore, it is required to develop the web-based spatial system for supporting information exchange and knowledge sharing on the web for evacuation plan. Okay, it is what I have told you in brief, that why there is a need of web-based system, because if in the event of disaster, you are not able to supply the information, you are not able to provide the information to the affected people, then it will be of no use. All right. So the volunteer, the workers who are working to help people, they want to help them, but they don't have any communication. All right. So like they may not be having phone numbers of the people who are affected, or normally all these type of things are also solved by having a control room at the district headquarters or at the administration. Like whosoever is trapped in the flood water, he can contact them, and they can tell them the measures as well as send the rescue team, etc. So same thing, same information, if it can be given on a web-based spatial system, then it will be easy for the common user to implement it. Okay. So web-based spatial system, why spatial? Because it should have the coordinates. If you simply have the system which does not have the coordinate, so how can the rescue workers reach the person who is under stress? So it can also be taken like this. The person is not able to operate this web-based spatial system properly, but if he can transfer his location to the control room, the still control room will be in a position to help. All right. So many tools and applications have been used in emergency evacuation planning, including GIS as the most. So unfortunately, there have been little research conducted using the elevation data in the flood disaster situation. So we use the flood disaster, we use the flood proning, like in the flood routing, we use the elevation data, because elevation data will help you find out in which direction the water will flow. So after precipitation, it means after the rainfall, in the flood routing or in the flood study, we just find out in which direction the flood water goes. But in the event of disaster, we want to know that what will be the prone area. Prone area means the low-lying areas. So low-lying areas will be flooded first. High areas will be flooded in the end. So high areas can be taken as a shelter zone in order to help the evacuation of people from the low elevation areas to high elevation areas. So you will not find much research who has worked on the elevation data. So for giving the solution of the flood disaster mitigation, etc., what to do in the event of flood disaster. So GIS is the most important tool used in emergency evacuation planning. It provides a range of techniques which allow ready access to data and the opportunity to overlay graphical location-based information. So all this type of spatial or this type of geospatial this functionalities, these can be given by the GIS so that a person, he may be a victim, he may be a rescue worker, both of them can use the GIS for finding out the spatial information as well as operating the task in order to do this evacuation, etc. For flood disaster situation, artificial intelligence, data mining, multispectral images, real-time systems, highly robust and efficient systems, they are not commonly used in most of the countries. So we say that we have got lot of facilities for research. All right. So everybody nowadays are using artificial intelligence, data mining, real-time systems. But for the flood disaster type of thing, all these have been done in very less. So that's why it has been written, not commonly used. Just for example, in order to get the alert of the flood, how many rivers have got the sensors for the flood? Water is rising beyond a particular limit, then there should be sensor which can automatically spread the information. Look, and you know, most of the time the persons who have been identified to give identified to give this warning, etc., they are not present at that time. Sometimes due to some robust flood management and evacuation plan with the casualties and financial damage. So what is the need of WebGIS? So basically for this particular task, flood disaster management. So accessibility and dissemination of the timely and accurate information, that is very important, because otherwise how will the victim, how will the affected person know about all these matters? Centralized control, instant feedback and updating, no need for GIS software with the user's client side. So that is very important. You are not asking a common user to first download GIS in their system and then only it will work. GIS functionalities just on the web, and a person without knowledge of GIS or without having GIS, for example, Google Navigator. Okay, we use the Google Navigator on mobile as on but he is using all the GIS functionalities like on the web itself. Finding the shelter zone and evacuation route is very important. So some research objective for this particular work to develop a web-based spatial system for flood disaster mitigation and flood inundation mapping and vulnerability assessment using the remote sensing data, identification of safe and shortest route for the evacuation. All right, so these are the important objectives which we need to fulfill in this particular study. Now the study area is the delta region formed by Nuna and Chitrapala. You see that we have done some project in the Odisha region, and there we found that this particular region is having lot of threat for the flood, because there are two rivers, Nuna and Chitrapala. These are the non-perennial rivers, but they used to get lot of water in the rainy season. That's why that area, it remains flooded for the major part of the monsoon season. So it is located within these latitudes and longitudes. And you see that in Odisha state, we have got this region, coastal region, and you see that this is the Nuna river, this is the Chitrapala river, and out of that we have taken an area which is just flanked by the two rivers. Okay, so like this at a particular time, one or the other river, it may cause this flood in that area. And these two are the tributaries of the Mahanadi. These two, so they are having water and in more number of months of the monsoon. Now, what is the data availability for this particular study? As I told that some of the data is available with us, some of the data we have collected from the state government. So in this particular study, whatever data is required, that has been listed over here. Geospatial data required is DEM, derived from the elevation data of the Google map. So you know that nowadays we have been using a large number of satellite derived DEM. This may be from SRTM, from Aster. Nowadays, LOS Pulsar has also started giving Cartosat type of DEM. So what has happened that the area as such is having less variation, and the least count of all these DEMs which are available from the satellite, they are not very high. So basically what has been done, a program has been written by our students which could get the Google heights in the grid. Okay, so you see that what has happened. As such, Google, Google Earth has got a least count of 1 meter. So that has been converted into fits. So fit means it is now 1/3 of a meter. So from there, that height values have been taken. So a program that Google Earth has got earlier some gaps, like some type of problems were there. So users have taken out this data as such. So this data has been taken from Google, and this has been one task of a student, which has created a better elevation values in comparison to the other. So it was basically for academic purpose, not any commercial thing. That's why I hope Google will allow it later. So temporal satellite images before, during, and after the flood. RadarSat, this SAR synthetic aperture radar, IRS P6, LIS 3 and LIS 4, this data, Landsat ETM plus data, Google images, Google data. Then the socio-economic data, flood information, population, agriculture map, element at risk. So these all are required in order to find out the vulnerability of the flood disaster. Software used are ArcGIS and ADAS Imagen. For making it open source tool on WebGIS, we have used several other softwares which are required for creating the web portal. These are the GeoServer, PostgreSQL with the PostGIS, Apache Tomcat server, JavaScript, and CSS type of. Field visit was carried out. Field visit for ground survey and collection of the hydrometeorological data was carried out. Collection of GCPs, ground control points, were collected using the GPS, Global Positioning System. Vulnerability analysis, social and economic settlements, population characteristics, agricultural characteristics, they all have been just compiled. So what we have done basically, first of all, we should know that where is the flood threat and what are the data inundated by the flood. Because once we know about the area which has been inundated by the flood, then only we can apply the further analysis. Extraction of LULC and the flood damage assessment, delineation of the optimal route during the flood disaster, dissemination of the information using the WebGIS. So it is a classified image of the RadarSat-1 data. It has been classified only in two classes, water and land. So you know that normally what happens during the flood event, the sky is filled with clouds, and the clouds have they create one problem, that they block the visible wavelengths, and you are not able to get the good picture of the ground using the visible wavelengths or these optical wavelengths of the satellites. That's why microwave data help in that. Microwaves can penetrate through the cloud, and you will be able to get a clear picture of the ground, like where water is there, where water is not there. So this is the classified picture on the 3rd September 2003. And this is the picture on 11 September 2003. It means that from 4 to 11 September, can you see that the number of pixels are covered with water? So you will find out that in this particular duration, we have got the flood events in the area. So extraction of the LULC map is required in order to find out the damage, etc. Like which is the agriculture area, which is the built up area, etc. So the damage from the disaster, damage from the flood disaster can be just found using that this land use land cover area. For creating the LULC map, IRS P6, this 3 image has been used, which is of January 2006. So, and it has been divided into 10 classes as per the area, like whatever are the important land use and land cover in the area. So this is built up. We have divided agriculture into 2 parts, because basically when we have to apply the LULC map for the flood damage, we should know which area is having a single crop, which area is having double crop. So that's why this agricultural land has been again classified into 3 types: Kharif crop, Rabi crop, and the areas where 2 crops have been sown. Because damage for those areas where 2 crops have been sown is considered as more. Then the fallow land, plantations, scrub lands, river stream or perennial river stream dry. Like as we discussed that there are 2 types of streams, one which is perennial, second which is dry, then a few lakes and ponds. So all these classes have been taken over here. So can you see that this area has been divided as per the land use land cover class? A part of these rivers, just considering that they are having water for more months of the year, that's why they have been considered as perennial. All right. You see that this light blue part, they have been considered as dry, but these streams have been considered as the perennial, just to give it more emphasis during the flood measures. So as you can see that for the flood analysis, radar set data has been taken, flood area has been extracted using list 3 data. This river has been extracted, LULC map has been extracted. Then out of the flooded area they obtained from the radar set 1, this river has been extracted, and we have got the flood extent map. Because radar set basically will classify the inundated area, it means area covered with water, as well as the rivers. Automatically rivers will also be classified, so rivers will be subtracted. So you get the flood extent map that has been combined with LULC map, and using the field and on LULC we have got elements at risk. Okay, so using flood extent map and element at risk, you will get the flood vulnerability analysis, and ultimately we can go for the disaster management, disaster assessment. So now all these area have been combined. You see that this streams dry, then we can have this area as a flood area, non-flood area. So again, out of this map, we have now got more number of classes when we have divided everything as a flooded or non-flooded. So basically, wherever we have done hatching, that area has been considered as the flooded area. And you see that this entire area has been classified as a flooded area and non-flooded. So basically, we have used the Census of India data, this Panchayat Raj Department data from Government of Odisha. This area comes under the Kendrapara district. So the population of this district as well as other statistics of the district have been taken, and you see that entire district also has got 65.48% of the area which is flooded. So, and the total population which is affected by the flood is 8.5 million. So the height of the flood and duration of the flood are the important factors for the flood damage. As I told that normal literature, it does not consider this height of the flood basically, because it gives the this area whether it is inundated or not. So if an area is inundated, suppose water has filled into that area during the flood, but very soon water has receded, that type of analysis is normally not done. That's why in this study, we have taken this particular aspect, that the height of the flood water as well as the duration, that for how much time flood may stay in that region. So these are the important factors for damage assessment. Strong things can face 7 days of flood water, but agriculture and mud houses are very susceptible to flood. So this has given us damage due to that flood, and all these things, agriculture, mud houses, they may be further damaged to these things. So what will happen, if an agriculture field is there and flood water is stagnant for 7 days, it means entire crop will be wasted. So in terms of money, it is calculated that more than 10 crore rupees, this 100 crore rupees, etc., loss of agriculture, and 17 crore rupees loss of built-up and roads occur due to the flood. So this is a cross table as we discussed, and we have seen the previous picture. For each and every class, the flooded and non-flooded area have been found, and just by the statistics of the flooded area, we could find out the damage. What has been the damage due to the particular flood? The results show that 65.48% of the total land area is submerged in water. 66.73% of the crop vegetation area is damaged due to flood, and 58.13% of the built-up area, it has come under the flood. So it is just an indicator. So in the present discussion, we are not very much concerned about the accurate figure, but it just gives an idea, gives an indication about the vulnerability of that particular area for the flood. So fuzzy-based weighted parameter model has been applied. Okay, basically what has happened, if you go for the straightforward analysis which you have obtained from the satellite data, etc., so there may be question, either we use more number of satellites in order to get the similar output, or we apply any artificial intelligence or the fuzzy-based system, which can say that statistically the results are same what we have obtained from a single data. So that's why this fuzzy-based weight parameter model has been applied. So a weighted parameter model is constructed by considering the road quality and the environmental factors. The parameter considered are road length, road width, traversal speed, traffic volume, and safe zone. So basically this model has been applied for the path for evacuation, whether we have got sufficient roads available for that. So you see here that Google Earth imagery has been taken for the extraction of elevation point, as I have told you earlier. So out of these elevation points, we could form this elevation model also. So elevation model gives you the flood extent and the flood depth map. So now we know that which area is having the flood. With the DEM, we have also the information like what is the flood depth in that particular region. Now, using the list 3 data, we have got LULC map, we have got mask of the water body and river. So we have reclassified LULC this case to pass through. So using the list 3 data, we have obtained then the field work and Google image. So you see that from the field work, you could get the roadmap. And most important from here is we have to create a shelter map, because basically when we are planning the evacuation, the people have to go somewhere for evacuation. That's why shelter map has been prepared. And what are the conditions for shelter map? It may be a government building, maybe a school, etc. As well as it should be at some higher elevation. And shelter map, the shelter locations again have been classified as per their elevation and the capacity to accommodate. Okay. Now combining all this information, one ANFIS based route identification has been done. So it is using the artificial neural network, this algorithm. And now optimal safe route has been identified on this basis. All right. So you see that now we will have a few case studies. We will have certain answers, what we have obtained out of this. So you see that again, we can see a map of the region. This is our area of interest where we have taken the data study. Now we will go one by one. So you see that it is a flood extent map, which is based on the elevation. Can you see lower side in the legend? So we have got all these type of data which is having low flood and high flood. Can you see here, there are the various classes as per the zones. We have given different colors for these zones. Now you can see the area. This is the road map. So all the roads have been digitized and we have got the road map for that particular region. So although this area to be studied is in between, but sometimes the person has to come from the area which is slightly far, as well as some sheltered zones have been identified there. So like one should not confine himself in between the two rivers, but he can cross. Like these are the location of the bridges. Okay, he can cross these rivers and will be able to go to the other safer districts. So we find that all these locations are slightly better as well as safe, but depending upon the height and other capacity, etc. These have been divided into the 3 types in the shelter point. As per elevation, it is low elevation, medium elevation, and the high elevation. So normally the concept behind it is, if a person is closer to a high elevation shelter point, he should directly go for that. All right. Suppose a person is 1 kilometer from the low or the medium elevation shelter point, and he is 2 kilometers from the high elevation shelter point. Then depending upon the forecast of the flood, etc., and depending upon his ability, he should first try to reach the low and medium elevation shelter point, and after that he should try to go for the this high elevation shelter point, which is far from the first. Because number of times it may happen that you try to go to the high elevation point, but in between you are not able to cross the water and you cannot reach even that. So that's why using all these type of principles, a few scenarios have been generated. So shelter zones on the basis of distance, capacity, and the convenience. Can you see that different type of this shelter zones have been identified, and the buffers can be created for this half kilometer around them. So it it can show us the areas which are of this color. They are farthest from the nearest point. But wherever we have, we have got this rings, this buffer rings of this color, it means that if you are lying between these colors, you are closer to the shelter zone and it will be easier for you to reach there. So this is the shelter zone on the basis of distance, capacity, and convenience to reach there. So you see that flood risk map for that particular region. So just we have classified it as per the flood disaster as well as the elevation. So now delineation of the optimal route during the flood disaster, it can be seen by the different scenarios. Can you see this map? Over this map, interactively, we can identify the point of origin as well as point of destination. So it will help us because a common user maybe at this place, at this place, at this place, wherever the common user is, the common user is free to select the points from where he has to start and where he has to end, and then he should find out whether the route which has been chosen by him need to be changed, as well as that particular route passes through which type of water. So here, by finding out the route, we have taken three type of scenarios. One scenario is when the flood water is low. So those areas which will be submerged in the low flood, they will be avoided. Later on, if there is a medium flood, then those areas which like as per elevation, which will be submerged in the medium flood even, so those should be avoided. And the next case is the high flood. So in the high flood, if you want to go from one place to other place, you need to avoid those areas which are under high flood. But you will see later on that since this area is very much prone to the flood, that high flood areas are too much. So we can say that in the event of the high flood, the person may feel helpless because we were not able to provide very good solutions in those cases. We will see it one by one. So again, these things have been marked. The shelter zones have been marked over this layer, over the GIS layer. So scenario one, path one at the no flood situation. Can you see from one place to other place? Okay, from the Kendrapada, this headquarter to Kala Buddha place. So we can simply have this route, and you can see that right now it has chosen the route on the basis of the minimum impedance or the minimum length path. All right, because otherwise it could have selected and suggested a path which is quite long, etc. But the algorithm which is working in the back end, it tries to provide the shortest path by satisfying the conditions. Since right now it is at the no flood situation, so no condition is there. So only the shortest path has been given by the software. Now, again, if same path has to be followed when we have got a medium flood, so we will just see that which are the areas which will go for there. Can you see that in these areas there were no flood, and these areas have been submerged in the medium flood? Can you see that these areas have been sorry, these have been submerged in medium flood? So what happens that in like over this river there is a bridge which is right now safe from here, but you can see that these are two locations where the route has to cross the flooded region, and we have to evaluate from our database whether the bridge which has been available over here is safe in the medium flood or not. So let us see the answer when we have the medium flood situation. So look, these things have been changed. Okay, so right now we have just shown this medium and high flood situation. You can see that in the case of medium flood, this much area is inundated. In the case of high flood, this much area has been inundated. So you see that the same path which was followed at the time of no flood, here it is submerged, here it is submerged. So in this region, these have been submerged. That's why the software should provide us certain path, certain alternate path, which does not pass through this submerged location. So let us see that one by one. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Really? Okay, because here on my computer it is giving me warning that internet speed is slow. Okay, it is good that if you are able to get it, because on my computer it is giving me frequent warnings.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
Everything is fine.
Okay, all right. It is good. So you see that for the same places, can you see that the path can be changed slightly? Here the path is from this one, and now the path is slightly away. Can you see? The path is slightly away in order to avoid it. And earlier it was passing through this area which has been inundated, now taking the safe area. Here, now taking the safe area, you will be able to pass through the location which is not flooded with water. Similarly, we have got more number of scenarios. So part 2, in the very high flood situation, you see that the previous path which has been suggested by the software, in the high flood situation, in the case of very high flood, so this major part of the route has been submerged. So I was telling you about this scenario because in order to reach here, you see that all the nearby routes, they are submerged. All right, all the nearby routes have been submerged. So that's why we are helpless in the event of very high flood situations. So again, second scenario for one more pair of origin and destination. It is Dalanta to this Vajraban. So now earlier the area was this on left side, on the western side of this study area. Now it is in between. So let us again try to see what will be the different scenarios in no flood situation. Look, it is a no flood situation and the software has suggested this path. Let us see now what will happen. The same route will be in submerged area when we have the medium flood situation. So it means that this route can't be accepted. So let us see what will happen. So in case of the medium flood, can you see? So it has tried to find out the paths which are not submerged. You see that depending upon the elevation, the path also can be selected. Look, earlier it was passing through this place, passing through this when there was no flooding. But after the flooding, it has taken a detour and it has selected the path which is over. All right, can you see over there? So in the medium flood situation, you are able to take a detour and select a safer path. Now for the high flood situation, look, it is coming from this area and just passing through this. So what will happen? So very slightly in this area, you have got certain problems and rest you can go. But again, at the very high flood situation, almost entire area is flooded. So as I told you, again, we will be helpless in the very high flood situation. One more scenario, scenario number 3, the path at the in the condition of the no flood. You see that right now there is no flood in this region and a person can easily take the path from here. Now, low flood situation will happen in this area. So you see that for this particular zone, we have got this path. We have got this path. So now what we need to do? We need to take the same type of path in the medium flood, but we cannot take the same path in the medium flood because can you see this much length of the path is flooded when we have the medium flood. So just we need to have an alternate path for this zone as well as this zone. Can you see that an alternate path has been selected here? So these all are the flooded regions. So an alternate path which will be passing through the uninundated area or the safe area has been taken, and in the medium flood situation, you will be able to safely maneuver, safely go through that. In the high flood situation, again, you see that this particular path is safe. All right, because when we are analyzing it for the medium flood, we are not aware whether the path is safe for the high flood also. But when we apply the high flood scenario, then we should be able to evaluate whether the same path will be good, or you have to change the location of the path in order to satisfy the high flood situation. Again, the same thing happens when there is a very high flood situation. This much length of the path is submerged. You can take a longer route. Can you see? You can take a longer route from this place in order to reach this district headquarter, Kendrapada. But at the same time, if you have to reach this place, which is Kaisapur, so you are not able to reach from this path. Either you take a detour from here you come like this, and come from this state highway, and then reach this place. Otherwise, coming through the normal route in the very high flood situation is very, very difficult. Scenario number 4, a path at no flood situation from these two locations. This is the path which we can follow. Now, when we have a very low flood situation, you see that we have seen earlier also, the eastern part of the study area is having low elevation. That's why flood vulnerability is more, as well as this part is closer to the sea. So that's why this part is having a vulnerability due to sea tides and other type of things also. So you see that even in a very low flood situation, the path which we have selected earlier in the no flood situation that has been submerged. So we need to have alternate path. So this is the alternate path. Okay, when there is a low flood, very low flood situation even then. So we need to have a detour and alternate path. Now, for the low flood situation, again we see that a part of the path is submerged. So we need to take a detour and just come for a safer path. Can you see? Can you see that this much part of the path was underwater now in the low flood? That's why we have taken the path like this. Okay, it is in the low flood situation. So when we go for the moderate flood, etc. So again, a major part of the moderate flood is now submerged. Okay, you see that this part is safe, whatever in the lower side, but this part has been submerged. That's why you need to go for again alternate. That alternate path is again coming from a very far distance. That's why similar type of scenarios can be evaluated, and basically it should be useful for a common person, since the objective of this study is not to reach it by some motorized vehicle, etc. The person should be able to reach the destination, which may be the shelter point. That's why, like if there is a very long alternate path, that option has also not been selected. So now, dissemination of the information through the web GIS. So this is the architecture of the web GIS chosen. It is just like a common architecture of the web GIS. So you see that we have taken the PostgreSQL and the PostGIS. So these are holding the database layers, and this are having handshake with the GIS layer plus the flood zonation map, whatever has been created. So basically, it is having the raster data in this PostgreSQL, etc. So because whatever layers we have created in order to have easy analysis, they have also been used in the raster. And this is the spatial database server part. Then the application server and web server part comes, which has been dealt with Apache Tomcat with the GeoServer. GeoServer is basically for hosting the GIS data. Apache Tomcat is hosting any type of server. That server need not to be a GIS server. So hosting the GIS part, you need Apache Tomcat along with the GeoServer. So then user interface has been created by the open layers. Internet is used with the web browsers, and spatial query statistics features of the uploaded data, they all has been incorporated in the WebGIS. So this is a window. Whatever functionalities we have seen so far, they have been directly taken from a GIS software. But now, how the same thing will work on this WebGIS? Please note that whatever desktop GIS version has been used, it has got slightly more functionalities because WebGIS does not include all these functionalities. You can do it, but in that case, you have to work slightly more in order to convert your software as a WebGIS software. You see that layer 1, 2, 3, low flood, etc. All this information has been incorporated, and this is the screen capture from the software itself. Map window of the WebGIS for the flood disaster. And now again, one more window which is showing you some different path, etc. Can you see that? Where it is showing the path like this. Okay, this path here. It is showing the path in between this one. So look, it tries to show the path as per the available roads, and if any road is submerged, being a low-lying road, that will be avoided. So all these things, the style strokes, etc., they could be taken care. So again, this road from this point to this point. So the road has been suggested. So all these can be, like all these outputs can be taken from the WebGIS itself. So this right now has been checked over the local host, but all the functionalities of WebGIS have been checked over this. So again, you see that different type of paths. You see that for different scenarios, different type of paths have been taken. And this is the region of the low flood. This area will be submerged in the low flood. So various type of functionalities, flood GIS server, and this Bhuvan LULC layer, all these type of things, view of the available water, available data, and the map servers. So all this time adding a new WMS window meta file server, and this local host map features. A map has got certain option, publish map, save map. You can measure the length of the road, etc. Suppose a person want to find out how long he has to go from one place to the other place, that can be done. Length and the area, and you can create your own shelter zone. Suppose a person says, I want to reach that particular place, he can create his own shelter zone, etc. Again, more pictures out of this. So layer properties, they say that about this shapefile for the flood, how to display the shapefile, and the available type of styles for that. So it means that you can also view the data regarding your flood, etc. So just to evaluate whether this data has been correctly made or not. Then selected the grid code, a particular grid can be reached, so that you can save the feature for the map, etc. So query can be made, query by the current map extent, query by the attributes. So these are the small GIS functionalities which you can do. Suppose you have to select a particular grid code which is equal to 18. It means that the path has to start from that place, or it may have to end at that place. And it also shows you the path from where you can go. So query on the map by the attributes. If a particular type of land use need to be searched, that can also be searched. Route delineation using the Google API. Okay, Google API, is a very common thing nowadays, that this application protocol interface. So these are the Google functionalities which are available in order to create a program like that. Okay, so just make this application over the Google itself. It means Google in the backdrop using the data. As you can see, this information, this base map is from Google only, but we have incorporated the information of the flood. We have incorporated the elevation information, other type of thing. That's why it has shown us the path. So starting from A, going up to B, you have to take this. So now we can conclude the first study. I have told you that first study has got the flood disaster type of scenario. So a web-based spatial GIS application has been developed, which would help people to find the optimal evacuation route during the flood. All right. So basically, what has been done that over the internet, we have tried to create one, we can say, application which help the people to do all the tasks which one requires, like the information which one requires, that which is the shelter zone, which point is closer to that person, whether to take this road or not, etc. So all this information will be useful for a common person in order to evacuate himself at the time of disaster. And I would like to add one more thing at this time. Like nowadays, people are more conversant with the mobile type of functionalities. That's why now people are creating these type of functionalities over the mobile. All right. So we also tried for the mobile functionality, but at the time we have done this study, this Android-based programming was not very much common, as well as it was not very efficient. People were doing, computer people were doing that, but we belonging to the non-computer background were having problems in order to go for the Android programming. That's why, although in the same study, we wanted to include the mobile based study also, like a mobile app, etc. So we could not do that. Maybe the part of the future scope. If anybody will like to apply the same thing, the same type of functionalities over a mobile app, so that can be done, because nowadays in the event of disaster, a person may look through his mobile, but he may not switch on the computer to see where he has to. Mobile is handy. It can go with a person also. The person can check whether he is going on the correct path or not. And again, if the scenario changes, like flood is a dynamic phenomenon. All right. So if the flood situation changes, then information may be updated over a person mobile, and he can take on the spot decision in order to reach a particular. All right. So it will help people to find the optimal evacuation route during the flood. People who live in floodplains can identify the shelter zones at higher altitude and less vulnerable to the flood. This research work focuses on the flood disaster mitigation and management. And objective of this work is to provide some important information, optimized solution, which can play a vital role during the flood disaster. So as such a like a concept and application is very useful for a particular type of disaster. This WebGIS is based on the open source environment, so that is important thing, because we make any just program, and like for the user, if they want to use that program, it gives a message: first you purchase this software, then only it will work. Then entire process has got no meaning. All right. So it has been created in the open source environment, and basically what has been done for that, we have provided the online flood disaster mitigation and management system using the softwares which need not to be purchased, because all the software which has been listed in this study, they are the open source. It means that anybody can use them without need to purchase. So integrating information retrieval and analysis for information sharing and disaster making support. The user-friendly interface is developed in open source software. It provides an easy way to query, so a non-GIS person can also view and explore its map and results, and can understand in detail. That's the most important thing, because you don't expect the users, the affected people, like the people affected by the public, to first learn the GIS, then only they can be rescued. Then only they can be evacuated. But your functionalities should be in such a manner that a common person, even an illiterate person, should be able to use it. The rescue operation requires shortest and safe path with details, and this research work provides a very efficient pathfinder. The evacuation path is based on elevation and NFIS. As I told you, that artificial neural network based analysis. So this WebGIS will play a vital role in the flood disaster when it is implemented. There are some limitations. Commercial GIS softwares have specialized sub packages for the hydrological modeling, etc. You know that there is one ArcGIS Hydro, which is basically having compilation of all the tools which are useful in hydrology. So, but like choosing the open source system, we are not able to access those sub packages, so which are not at present available in the freeware software. This WebGIS uses predefined stored spatial data, not the real-time data. So if we can create some application which can use the real-time data also, it means that the real-time satellite images, real-time maps, etc., then it will be very useful for a person. That will be the real evacuation planning type of software. Application of the flood management model is a very vast and complex area of research. And again, if a few of you are this hydrologist, a specialist of the flood routing, then you can say that the flood management is again a complex thing. You should take this parameter, that parameter, and then only you can forecast the flood property. So we accept that all those type of complications are there. But this objective of this particular study is to show that some evacuation planning software can be used. It is like whatever inputs you get regarding the flood, the same inputs can be used for your study also. So an Android-based application can be developed, as I have told you. Display of the 3D visualization, like if you can see the area in 3 dimension, a user will be having better visualization, better view, or you can say the decision making will be easy, because the 3D view itself will tell that this much area is submerged, this much area is not submerged. So you will be able to just go for all these things. More realistic and practical factors to achieve more accurate and high quality results. These all can be seen over there. All right. So as I have told that this session will have 2 parts. One is for the flood disaster, and second is for evacuation planning in the Kumbh Mela type of gathering. So like this evacuation planning for an important event. Suppose an important event is there, that event says that no threat of flooding, no threat of earthquake, etc. But still due to gathering of large number of people, any type of stampede, any type of problem may come, and how the people will be evacuated properly so that the loss of life can be minimized, or as such there may be no loss of life, then people will be very happy and safe. So sole purpose of developing an evacuation plan of Kumbh Mela Allahabad is to prevent the repetition of the incident like what happened in 10th February 2013, etc. You see that, as I told, in the previous years, we were having a lot of this type of incidents, maybe due to lack of information, etc. So on 10th February 2013, during Hindu festival of Kumbh Mela, stampede broke out at the Allahabad railway station, killing 36 people and injuring at least 30. So most important out of this evacuation planning is the information. If the people are properly informed, then they will take due action, and all these type of stampedes can be avoided. So again, objectives are to find out the safe areas in the outskirts of the location of incidents, to find out the safe route from the point of incident to the safe area, to find out the shortest route, to find out the closest facilities, to find out the service area served by a facility center. So developed evacuation plan will help in managing the crowd gathering events like one as Kumbh Mela. It is helpful in the execution of evacuation plan after the occurrence of the disaster. So available technology, whatever has been used is GIS, and GIS has been supported by the satellite imagery as well as the shapefile. These shapefiles are the GIS outputs. So finding of failure of evacuation plan during the Hurricane Katrina, finding of evacuation operation in the aftermath of the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. It means that almost all over the world, this type of evacuation planning is needed, as well as if any government is not able to execute this properly, then there is a loss of life as well as this like loss of property, etc. So finding of failures of the evacuation plan during the Hurricane Katrina, that has been taken from a literature. So analysts, they analyzed all the evacuation planning which has been carried out during the Hurricane Katrina. So they say that it is having the transit dependency, heavy traffic on the roads where they were, vehicles ran out of fuel and had mechanical problem, lack of adequate amount of public transportation, scarcity of the train driver, lack of coordination among the line department was there. So again, for the earthquake and the tsunami, prohibited access area up to 3 kilometers from Fukushima Daiichi power plant, and on alert area excluding the 3-kilometer distance from the power point to up to 20 kilometers. An evacuation prepared area executing 20-kilometer distance from power plant up to 30-kilometer area, and unaffected and uninfected area beyond 30 kilometers of the power plant. So all these type of zones were there. I think sometimes in the evacuation plan we have to choose any area which has been earmarked for a particular type of operation. So government machinery should act fast, so that that particular area may be used as a shelter or maybe for passing. I hope you are aware that in Uttarakhand, in the event of those cloud bursts, etc., sometimes the important tunnels which are not meant for normal public are opened during the time of disaster for the safe passing of people. All right, so they are not meant for day-to-day this movement, but in the very important disaster, they are just open so that people can safely pass. So Allahabad Kumbh Mela, I hope most of you know the location. So Allahabad is having the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna River. So this is the overview of Mahakumbh Mela. Every 12th year, Earth Kumbh Mela, every 6th year, Kumbh Mela, as such, all over the India, because Kumbh Mela is celebrated in more number of parts as such. So that is just a comparison of the Kumbh Mela figures 2001 and 13. This estimated number of visitors. So we just assume that more number of visitors will come. These are the major events, major Shahi Snans. And we know that more and more number of people will be visiting these Kumbh Melas. So there can be one disaster, maybe due to the stampede. Stampede may occur due to anything. It may also happen when people have got false information. They have got false information regarding some building breaking, some bridge this failure, etc. And people start concentrating in a particular area that leads to a stampede. Maybe fire in any of the building or the area, maybe the tents, etc., which are used for that Kumbh Mela. And there may be chances of the terrorist attack also. So people don't know which direction they have to go for their safety. So you can see that there is a lot of rush. Methodology of developing an evacuation plan says that ArcGIS software has been used, GIS file of Allahabad city has been taken. So required resource for developing evacuation plan. And what are the considerations which you need to take and how to implement? You require the Google Map network analysis software. It's a part of GIS. And resources.arcgis.com closest facility analysis. Closest facility may also be just considered as like a nearest shelter zone analysis. Origin to destination cost metric analysis. All these can be taken up. So required resources for developing evacuation plan of Allahabad Kumbh Mela can be seen through these maps. Can you see that this map of the Kumbh Mela? There are so many roads as such, but you know that all the roads are mostly crowded. Okay, all the roads are mostly crowded at that time. So a person should be aware that which road will be safe for him in order to go for in order to evacuate himself or herself in the event of any disaster. So you see that the bus terminal, etc., person should know that which direction it should move so that he can or she can safely go out of the area. So location of the auto stands, all the important databases need to be known. And again, these are the police station. Normally, in this type of gathering, person feels safe and they go closer to the police station. So they should be aware about the location of the police station so that they can reach there in the case of any problem. Location of the fire stations, 2 fire stations are there in the Kumbh area. Hospitals are very important in the time of any disaster. So a person should be able to reach the nearest hospital. It can be taken as an indirect shelter home, although it is difficult. Sometimes the hospitals are flooded and the person may not be able to get shelter there, but still reaching there, a person will have a feeling of safety. So Kumbh Mela area, so there you can see it is on the sides of it. So it is a Kumbh Mela area just near the river and ghats on the bank of the holy river. These all are the ghats which were used by the common public in order to take bath, etc. So nearby safe places from the Kumbh area. So you see that for people who are coming for the Kumbh, these all are the safe places. So in the case of any disaster, disaster evacuation requirement, people can go to these regions. Finding the shortest path in the event of disaster, you see that again, same type of algorithm has been used from one place to second place. It is the point of incidence. You have to go far from that destination of the safe house or the shelter zone is here. Just finding out the way which is far as well as which is safe. Information regarding the direction from the graphic pick 1 to 2. You see that there is a graphic pick, and now suppose a person want to go from this place to the destination, and the person is not aware of any just locality. So what may happen, suppose if you have this type of functionalities given, that first you start, go north, turn left, turn right, etc. Then you will come in front of the Jawaharlal, this Fort Road, Jawaharlal Nehru Marg. Then the person may have you can say more confidence that he is going on the right path and he is not again falling in the grip of next disaster. All right. So basically, this type of information can be provided if you want to have a safe route, etc. So suppose you have to follow an alternate route, maybe some barrier. Barrier means that particular road stretch is again having a problem. Like sometimes the disaster breaks at 2-3 places, not at a single place. So in that case, you have to take a detour from that affected area also. So now that is destination, point of incidence, and the barrier. So you have to avoid that barrier. You have to take again a path which is away from it. So just again the details regarding. All right. So you see that this type of functionality has been taken from the Google Navigator. Google Navigator gives all the details, so that normally people follow the map as such. They simply follow the route on the map, but suppose somebody is interested to know all these things, then it will be useful. So finding closest hospital, suppose a person wants to take some this medical facility, then the 4 hospitals which one can do, this is a local location of incidence, and from there these are the hospitals which are close by and how to reach those hospitals. All right, so from here there is a straight road which goes to the Sardar Patel Sansthan Hospital, like that one can take. From this point of incidence, again you want to go, you don't want to go to this one, you want to go for this one, for infectious diseases hospital, you can take this one. So basically with the shortest path, this functionality, we are able to find out that which particular place you can reach from the point of incidence over here, that what particular hospital. So it may also be the case that a particular hospital which is nearest is full, so you can choose another hospital. So if all this type of information is available to a person, then he need not waste time and directly reach that place. Okay, you know that in the recent calamity time of COVID also, so there were a lot of shortage of oxygen and beds, etc. Some people have started some app showing the vacancy of the hospital bed as well as this availability of oxygen. All right, so like some people got benefited from that, while again the available resources were very less at that time in comparison to the requirement of that. Route direction from the point of incidence to the 4th closest hospital. So now for the 4th hospital, the route map has been shown over there. So managing the service areas, graphical representation of the warehouses. So where you can go there. So service area covered by the warehouses. Can you see that this is the service area covered by the warehouses? So we can say that like how much time a person requires to go there. So buffer has been created accordingly. So for this warehouses, the buffers has been created, and in order to evacuate the person, we need some volunteers, etc. Because at a particular time there are so many ways to go. So if you are at the right path, then you will be successfully reach your destination. So again, we can conclude that easy accessibility of the safe places should be there. Easy accessibility of the shortest path should be there. Easy accessibility of the closest facility. Easy accessibility of the service area. So in all, if we want to have the evacuation planning, we should go for all this type. And future, we can say that real-time streaming, that this information, if it can be streamed in real time, like we have discussed that one disaster can break at multiple places. So if all this information is updated in the real time, so that will be really useful. Remotely accessible, all the information should be remotely accessible, completely independent of to ArcGIS. So like you should not be dependent on any commercial software. Satellite imagery for finding the safe area and route, and these imageries, if they are available in real time, and they should be able to tell the real ground scenario, then again it will be very useful. All right, so with this we end this discussion, and I think it will be better if we can utilize the remaining time for question and answers. All right, so if there are some questions, I will be happy to answer.
I have allowed the participants to unmute themselves. If someone is having some question, he or she can unmute herself or themselves and then ask the questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sir, myself, Dr. Siddharth Sharma from University, Mulana. Sir,
Okay.
I want to know that can we manage real-time traffic load in cities with this kind of programming?
Yeah, I think it can be easily managed. You know that managing the traffic load, basically you require a server which can take the data from all the sources. That is one thing. And secondly, server should be able to analyze all the data. And basically, you know, that information that this particular route is having more traffic, the information should be diverted from this route to other route. In fact, these type of apps are in operation at different places. But normally, you know, in India, the traffic conditions as well as the area for different type of big cities are so wide that we don't have any successful type of software over here. Well, I know that for some countries abroad, they used to apply this and they used to give information to the common user that do not use that part, do not go for this. In India, this task has been taken just like indirectly by the FM. This also the radio people, you know that they request the listeners to update them about the traffic conditions and the same type of information they broadcast to all the listeners, which says that this particular route has got some congestion, try to avoid this, etc. If a person is like slightly far from that particular road and he has to pass through that road, he can just take the decision whether to avoid it and then to go. All right. Same type of condition, if available through the software, etc., that will be very useful for common user.
जी, चूंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन लेवल पे भी यदि हम देखें तो बहुत सारे मल्टीटास्क लेवल पे लोगों का एंगेज होना, उनका फिर रेस्पॉन्ड करना, तो उससे अच्छा है कि हम कोई ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर बेस्ड प्रोग्राम या सॉल्यूशन ही चूज करें सो दैट एक स्मार्ट ट्रैफिक के तौर पे वो काम कर सके।
नहीं, आपकी बात ये बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन इसमें क्या होगा, like who will be the user? Basically, the person who is making this software, he should be authorized to give the information to the common.
जी.
All right. And now what may happen that the person, suppose one day the analysis is wrong, the outputs given to the users are wrong, then what will happen? People will again make hue and cry that this wrong information has been given. That's why it is very important that the system should be robust. All right. So whatever system has been made, the sensors which have been employed in different segments of the road, they should work properly, etc. Same type of task is being done by a number of PhD researchers. But to see it becoming really operational on the ground, that will be a welcome future.
जी. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other participant?
Yes, please. Any other question?
Sir, I guess there are no more questions as this is the last session of the FDP. Today, the 5 days FDP is completing. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing the useful and valuable information. We are very fortunate to have you as an expert in this FDP. We would like to have you as an expert in the near future also. Thank you so much.
Sure. It is my pleasure to connect to all of you. And thank you for your patient hearing. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Now you can leave. Sir. Thank you. Now I request the participants. To please switch on their cameras so that I can take the pictures. The participants, please. Just 2 minutes. We'll just take 2 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. I just want to thank all the participants for participating in this FDP on the behalf of whole team of the FDP. Today, Dr. Manoj Pawar is not here because of some unavoidable circumstances. So I am thanking everybody on the behalf of all the members of the FDP. And I just want to share with you that today by evening, we will be uploading the attendance and the test record of all the participants on the site of AICTE. So tomorrow you can fill the feedback form and get your certificate from the Atal portal itself. Is there any confusion or somebody want to ask something?
Yes, madam. Madam, can we have any test after this session, madam?
Sir, we have already conducted the test.
Yeah, that is in the afternoon of today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is that only one test, madam?
Yes, sir. That was the only test which we were supposed to conduct for the certification. The test has already been conducted.
Yes, yes. Attended, madam. Thank you, madam.
Yes.
So kind of.
Thank you, madam.
Can we leave the session now, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
For today, feedback link is not there, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
For today, there is no feedback, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I mentioned Dr. Manoj Pawar is not here, so he was handling the feedback sessions. That's why today's feedback is missing. By the time he will arrive, he will share the link, or you can just fill the feedback on Atal portal tomorrow to get the certificates.
Directly.
Yes.
In Atal portal, I have filled today afternoon itself, ma'am. Is it okay, or I have to do again, ma'am?
No, it's okay.
Right, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else you want to ask? Anybody? Any confusion or something else you want to ask? Please ask.
When we can able to see that attendance, ma'am, in Atal portal?
Sir, tomorrow morning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Happy New Year to all. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.